And now, the starting lineup for tonight's home team. Major League Soccer's Houston Dynamo. Starting with their captain, number 11, midfielder Brad Davis. In goal for Houston, number 24, Tyler Derrick. On defense for the Dynamo, number 8, Kobe Sarkody. Number 18, David Horst. Number 4, Jermaine Taylor. And number 26, Corey Ash. In the midfield for the Houston Dynamo, number 28, Tony Casio. Number 27, Boniek Garcia. And number 13, Ricardo Clark. And at forward for the Dynamo, number 23, Giles Barnes. And number 12, Will Bruin. The Houston Dynamo are coached by Dominic Kinnear. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask everyone to please stand and remove your hats as we salute America with the presentation as performed by your Charleston Symphony Orchestra of our national anthem.
Good evening and welcome to Blackboard Stadium for the start of the 2014 Carolina Challenge Cup, the 11th edition of this pre-season tournament. And DC United will get us underway here against Houston Dynamo in the first of a doubleheader match day that will see the home side Charleston Battery taking on Seattle Sounders a little bit later on. That game set for 7:15 p.m. Probably will start a little bit late though, I'm sure. It's a beautiful sunny afternoon here in the Low Country in South Carolina. There's a little bit of wind that will be coming from left to right across your screens, and the temperature at kickoff 66 degrees. This is a natural grass surface, and I did get a chance to walk out on the pitch before kickoff, and I can tell you that it is in immaculate condition, and both sets of players should have no trouble playing on this surface. DC and Houston, no strangers to the Carolina Challenge Cup tournament. Both have made multiple appearances down the years. DC have won the tournament actually more than any other team, 3 times I think. Houston have won it twice. And both will be doing their best to get off to a flying start tonight. Ziggy Schmidt, the head coach of Seattle Sounders, in attendance. He's just away to your left, out of your frame. I'm just watching him. It looks like he's talking to Kevin Payne, the former president of DC United, of course no longer with DC, but has made the trip down to see his squad, his former squad, play. And having a nice chat with Ziggy Schmidt, whose side the Sounders will as I said before, feature in the second game against the Charleston Battery a bit later on tonight. DC coached by Ben Olsen, former player. We were just thinking about the first edition of this tournament back in 2004. Ben Olsen, of course, was a player in those days. That was the year Freddie Adu was introduced to Major League Soccer, and he actually played in this tournament. Seems like an age ago. I suppose it is an age ago, 11 years ago now. Of course, Ben, after retiring from his playing days, is now taking up the coaching role at DC United. And away we go now at Blackboard Stadium with DC on the ball. We'll play it forward, and that will be turned all the way back to Houston's goalkeeper, Tyler Derrick. And well, that's an inauspicious start, isn't it? The players aren't happy with the ball. It's not inflated correctly, I think is what they're saying. Usually the referees check them before kickoff. So what's he going to do here? Let's see. DC should probably just throw that into Derrick. He had comfortable possession of the ball. Maybe the ref didn't check the pressure on these balls before kickoff. He's asking for it again now. Maybe no, he's not happy with it. He wants that one away. Wisely, I think, takes it away from the ball boy over there. And nicely done. So DC do throw the ball back to the goalkeeper, and we will get underway properly here inside the first couple of minutes at Blackboard Stadium. It's played out to this near side. Taylor plays it down the line, and it came out as it was played forward. It's going to be a throw-in for United. Davy Arnaud looking for Espindola. He took his eye off it. Johnson threatens. It's away by Houston. Not the most convincing clearance there. Controlled on the far side, then sent long. Charles Barnes there or thereabouts. He's going to lose possession. It's played forward again. It's Houston to get it back. It hasn't been the smoothest to start from either team, and that's a good-looking ball out to the far side, but it was a good touch in the end from Nick De Leon, and the ball is back safely with DC United's starting goalkeeper Bill Hamid. Here's Davis. Just lifts that ball with his left foot into the path of Barnes. Gets it wide, maybe a chance for a cross here. Not the best ball in. Davis goes to ground, looks to the referee for some assistance, nothing given. And here's Eddie Johnson at the halfway line. Gets it wide to Espindola. He'll leave it for Arnaud. Now Kitchen at the halfway line. Johnson running into the channel towards the corner flag, and he's in some space over there. He's just waiting for some support from midfield. There was really nothing there for him, and in the end the cross is blocked behind, but we're going to have a corner kick here for DC United. As I mentioned, temperatures in the mid-60s at kickoff. We are expecting it to get progressively cooler during the evening. It's not going to get too cold though. Apparently some colder weather coming this week though. We'll get to that in a second. Here's the corner for United. And a good ball in at the near post, and I tell you what, that was a chance. The header wide of the target, and it's behind for a goal kick. was Jeff Park who met that ball at the near post, and he just he couldn't quite get the direction on the header. But he'll be encouraged by that, particularly having so much space there in the box. That one goes all the way through to Hamid. Tonight's game, by the way, is a sold-out event, I'm told. Of course, the majority of the fans will be coming for the home team's game later, the Charleston Battery game, but no tickets remaining. Which, for the Battery, I suppose, a great way to start the year. First ticketed game for Charleston since the USL Pro Playoffs last season. Free kick, Houston Dynamo. Looking for Barnes. It's dealt with by DC. And, well, he didn't do the best there, did he? The left back. And Houston are going to come up with the ball down by the corner flag. To the byline. Nicely done. Tackle comes in, and that should be a corner kick for Houston. Well, Christian Fernandez, he had a chance to clear it there, the United left back, and he messed about on the ball and almost paid the price. In the end, though, it's just a corner. And it'll, of course, be Brad Davis across on the far side to whip one in here. 6th minute, no score. Oh, that's over the top. I tell you what, that was very close. It came off a Houston player last. The initial contact at the near post was a DC United header, though. It came through very awkwardly, and in the end, Ricardo Clark put the ball over the bar from about 3 yards out. Well, that was a big chance for Houston, and Clark will be wishing he had that back. It came at him very quickly in his defence, and he just couldn't keep it under the crossbar. Johnson breathing down the neck of the Houston defender. It's back to Derek in goal. He gets it away on the right foot to the halfway line, and that'll be a throw for Houston, says the official on the far side. Quickly taken. Clark. He loses the ball in the centre circle. Arnaud gets it wide. Franklin will send it back, all the way back to Boswell, who in turn rolls it back to his goalkeeper, Hamid. DC do have one former Charleston Battery player on their squad, Andrew Dykstra, goalkeeper, who spent a couple of seasons here in Charleston. And here come United now. Oh, that's a nice touch into the box. Maybe a chance here. It's crossed to the back post, just overhit the ball in the end, and Houston will get it away. Davis. That was late on Giles Barnes. He's up to his feet, no real problem. It'll be a free kick for Houston, just inside the DC United half. Davis. Oh, good header in the end. I was going to say that was a little bit risky, but he got the weight right there, and right back to Hamid. And here come United. Given away in the midfield, though. It's Clark to Boniek Garcia. Now down the line. 3 in the middle for Houston. Pulls it back to Barnes, who strides through and then is tackled as he tried to dribble past the last defender. Another chance here for Houston to cross. No pressure on the ball. Chipped into the middle, headed down by DC. The shot comes in, it's blocked away. It'll be another corner for the Dynamo. DC just a little tentative there, defending inside their 18-yard box. And again, it will be Davis out to take it on this near side. 10 minutes played, no score here at Blackboard Stadium. This time he hangs it up at the back post. There's a header by the Houston player, but there was a push to win the space, and it'll be a free kick for United. Carolina Challenge Cup is a 3-match day event. The tournament will continue Wednesday evening and then conclude next Saturday, March 1st. Throw in Houston Dynamo. Halfway line here on this near side. Davis sends it back to Horst, and then all the way back to the goalkeeper, Tyler Derrick. Drives it forward. Good header there, won by Jeff Park, the central defender. They're allowed to throw it in square, Houston. That one is loose going forward. It's away again by DC United. Clark gets goal side, nicely done. Barnes with some pressure. Out it comes to this near side. Down the line it goes. It's intercepted by Houston. And given away by Ricardo Clark. De Leon. Now Johnson. Rolls it out to the far side and then trots forward into the box to join the other attackers. DC do chip it across. It takes a deflection and Houston will get it away to the halfway line. That was a good touch there from Barnes, and Houston able to push forward on the far side. Boniat Garcia gets it wide. Pulled to the ground as he tried to go through. The referee says play on. Barnes into the box. He's done enough to earn a corner kick, and the referee saying, listen, you got a corner out of it. Stop complaining. Boniat Garcia, I think rightly saying that he had his shirt tucked as he was trying to join the attackers in the box. But in the end, Houston are going to have a corner. And again, it'll be Davis to take it. In swinger on that left foot, just drifts it into the near post. Away well by DC. Sent all the way back into the Houston half. It's Boniat Garcia. Jermaine Taylor, the Jamaican, gets it wide, and then all the way out to the far side. Houston with numbers forward here. Barnes, well, not sure what he was intending there. It's dealt with by DC, and it'll run away for a Houston Dynamo throw-in. I was talking to the DC folks before the game, the first game of the season against Columbus in 2 weeks' time. 7 o'clock kickoff. Two short weeks before Major League Soccer's 2014 season gets underway. Corey Ash now, the left back, chips over the top, looking for Boniat Garcia to run on. He's in with a challenge and forces the ball into touch. It'll be a throw-in for United. Ben Olsen, head coach of DC, up off the bench with a few spoken instructions for his players as Johnson plays it back. Hasn't really had too much involvement so far. Eddie Johnson. He's wearing the green boots. It looks like they're left over from his Seattle days. And now they play it long, looking for Johnson. Beaten in the air. Lovely control there from Corey Ashe. Houston, well, they're trying to play it away, past their way out of the back there, and it breaks down. And here come DC. Good tackle, though, as the Dynamo win it back. And here's Boniat Garcia. Cascio on the far side. Rolls it into Barnes. Cascio again, he's tackled. Just trying to trick his way past two DC defenders. Here's Johnson. Heavy touch back into the midfield, but DC hang on to possession. Kitchen gets it wide. Quarter of an hour played at Blackboard Stadium. It's Houston Dynamo 0, DC United 0. Match day 1 of the Carolina Challenge Cup. 11th year the Battery have hosted this tournament. Again, Johnson the target. He does his best, but it's a bit exposed up there on his own. If United are going to play the ball long to him like that. Here's Davis to Ashe. Davis looking to get involved again. Ashe is being forced backwards here and then just knocked to the ground for his troubles by Davy Arnault. Johnson gets to the ball first and gets it back into midfield. And here come DC. Nicely done. Worked out to this near side. Espindola. And it breaks down as Davis gets it back for Houston. That's a bit of a loose one into the midfield and given away there by the Dynamo. And here come DC now, top of the 18. It's a good tackle by Boniat Garcia, who in turn loses it. Davis with the cool head in the end just drops it back to his goalkeeper and the danger averted. Barnes being asked to chase. That'll be dealt with by the big central defender there, Jeff Park. Quickly taken throw-in from Houston. They do have a couple in the middle here. Down the line it goes. Cascio wins another corner for the Houston Dynamo. Nicely done.
Here comes another corner kick for the Dynamo.
Davis into the back post. That's easy for the goalkeeper. Hamid. Took it nicely, falling to the ground, and he's telling them to get forward here. Well, he's actually going to play it short after I say that to Arnault. Arnault on the right foot launches it towards Johnson. He's never going to be able to do too much with that, but Houston lose it in midfield, and DC have it back now. Houston Dynamo, incidentally, they kick off their season in 2 weeks away to New England Revolution. That's a 7:30 p.m. kickoff. Actually, no, at home. My apologies. Houston at home for the first game at BBVA Compass Stadium. They'll be hosting New England. And second game is against Montreal. Nicely done. Here's Davis. Lovely weighted ball out to the far side. Touch is heavy though from Cascio, and Davis on the ball again now in the midfield. Looks for some help from Clark. Actually watched Houston play a few times last year, because not only did they play in the tournament here, the Battery also got to play the Houston Dynamo reserves home and away as part of the crossover games with USL Pro. Got to check out that stadium in Houston. It's absolutely wonderful. Went to a Dynamo game the night before the Battery played the reserves. I think it was a New England game, actually. If you're ever in Houston, I would absolutely recommend you check it out. It's a tremendous new facility. Something I'm sure DC United hoping to emulate here with a new stadium of their own, which apparently is moving forward. 20 minutes in here at Blackboard Stadium, no score, no real chances of note. A couple of near misses from set pieces, but nothing too threatening for either goalkeeper to deal with. He just ran out of options there, and Jermaine Taylor, it's going to be a throw-in for United. They take it quickly. Good run there from De Leon. Oh, it's in! Deflected in at the near post. It was a super delivery, but it was an unfortunate touch from a Houston player, and the ball flies into the far post, inside the far post rather, and it's 1-0 DC United.
Ruled an own goal in the 21st minute. DC United 1, Houston Dynamo 0.
Well, credit the work of Nick De Leon there, who just drove to the byline and whipped it across. And there was nothing that Horst could do about it. It just came at him very quickly. He was trying to, of course, clear it, but the ball flew off his forehead, past his goalkeeper, and United off to a good start here in Charleston. That pass from De Leon is loose, and it'll be a throw-in for the Dynamo, taken quickly. Back to the goalkeeper, Tyler Derrick, who's asking them to get forward. And it's there to be one in the midfield. It's Boniat Garcia to Barnes. Sends it into the middle. It almost ran through to Davis at the back post, but DC scramble it away. That's going to be a free kick as Boniat Garcia put his arm across the DC United man. It's Arnaud who drew the foul. Here's Franklin, back to Arnaud. All the way back to Boswell. And in turn to Hamid. Clark over the top, looking for Barnes. It was just hung up a little bit, but Houston keep possession. Poor touch in the end from the DC man. It's round the outside, maybe a chance for a cross here. Will Bruin trying his best to keep possession, but it's DC who get it away. Johnson holds it up at the halfway line. Now De Leon. Johnson again. Nice ball out to Sean Franklin on this near side. He's got space ahead of him. Arnaud overlapping on the right. Well, it comes off. Oh no, in the end it wasn't really the best ball from Franklin. Just didn't have the pace on it. Here's Boniat Garcia. Can Houston respond before the break? 25 minutes in, 20 minutes to go in the first half. It's DC with a 1-0 lead here as Bruin heads down for Clark. Now Corey Ash, the left back, gets it wide to Davis. Working against Franklin, he gets to the byline, lovely ball in, it's headed down at the near post and then clipped away by United. Good tackle there by Nick De Leon, and he comes up with the ball as well and gets around his man. No, throw in, says the referee, must have stepped out of bounds. And Houston will have a throw in midway up inside DC's half. Ricardo Clark. Back to Taylor. Here's Corey Ash. Good work there from Eddie Johnson to get across and close him down, and he gets a hand clap from his head coach Ben Olsen. A for effort from Johnson. First saw Johnson here at Blackboard Stadium. I think it was back in 2001 when he was part of the under-20 side, the US side that was competing in the CONCACAF World Championship qualifiers that were held here. Franklin lost sight of the ball there, but he got goal side. It's Bruin who just drops it in for Ash. It's away well by DC United, and it'll be a throw-in here for Houston. 27 minutes in, 1-0 the score in favour of United. An own goal, the difference between the two teams so far. Here's Boniat Garcia. Now Davis. Plenty of quality between those two, no question about that. Now Ash outside of the left foot. David Horst plays it forward. Clark switches it out to the far side. Good spell of possession from Houston. Really threatening though as Taylor finds Ash. And then given away by Boniat Garcia, and they're going to play it over the top for Johnson. He's got some pace. Can he get hold of the ball? No, it just runs away from him. And, well, the referee blows his whistle. There was a bit of pushing and shoving. I'm not sure I saw too much wrong with anything that any of the players were doing there, but it's awarded to Houston as Davis takes up the running now. Garcia, Boniat Garcia rather, to Clark. Clark gets it wide. 3 in the middle for the Dynamo. Looks for a, well, they're looking for some service here. He goes short to Davis. Now Boniat Garcia. Davis, who absolutely has a free role, it would seem, in the midfield for Houston. Goes where he chooses. Out on the right at the moment. Trying to prevent DC from clearing the ball, and here he is. Little 1-2. On his left foot, he shapes to strike it and misses the target. Got under it a bit there, Brad Davis. And it'll be a goal kick for DC United. DC with possession, out to this near side. Johnson's coming back to try and get involved. That's a good tackle from Boniat Garcia. He got caught as he tried to find Davis, and it'll be a free kick for Houston. I was just looking at Jermaine Taylor and his previous clubs, one of which is Harbour View Football Club in Kingston, Jamaica. I was down in Kingston watching a couple of games this year. Actually went to Harbour View. Watched them play Tivoli Gardens. Great little club that, by the way. As Houston get through into the box, the referee saw something he didn't like. Again, it didn't look like too much over there. It's going to be a free kick, though, for DC, who get away with one there. Taylor played for Harbour View until 2009, then 2 years at St George's before the transfer to Houston Dynamo. Of course, a current member of the Reggae Boys, the Jamaican national team. Fans are still piling into the stadium here. It is a sold-out event tonight, with the second match coming up at about 7:15. It's Charleston Battery, the home side, taking on one of the glamour teams of MLS these days, Seattle Sounders. Here's De Leon charging for the byline. He gets caught in the tackle. And that'll be a throw-in for DC United in front of the Battery supporter section away on the far side. Still some sunshine over there on the east side. Awkward clearance away from Houston. DC play it forward, and in the end just chipped into the box from Franklin there. United probably had a case there for a free kick, but the referee ignored the claims. Here's Corey Ash. Up to Brad Davis. Taylor gets under it with the left-footed clearance. Nicely, well, I say that nicely done. In the end, he coughs up possession as Boniek Garcia turns again to the referee, and his pained look is going to earn his counterpart a yellow card. So Perry Kitchen booked here in the 32nd minute. Players, incidentally, if they receive red cards, of course they are ejected, and in this tournament no replacements allowed, so often seems over the years you end up with players, teams in this tournament particularly, playing against uneven numbers. We've had a spate of red cards over the years. Let's hope we don't get any this evening, as Davis prepares to take a free kick, and there's a Houston player down there. Hamid comes flying across. Did the referee see anything untoward in the box? Hamid and Davis disagreeing. Hamid probably should just step back onto into his goal. I think the referee's got it. I can't even tell you which Houston Dynamo player is down on the ground. 33 minutes in, and he's going to need some attention here. Let's hope he's okay. He's standing up and holding his jaw, so maybe he got a little, there was a little bit of contact there. It was David Horst involved. Hamid again getting in the middle of it. He does have a bit of a reputation as a hothead, Hamid. Referee is over it and has got complete control of the situation. And to be fair, the rest of the players don't seem too troubled. But let's see what the referee does here. Let's hope it's not anything too serious. What's he going to do? He's bringing Bobby Boswell over for a chat. Problem is, when you get players sent off, it ruins the contest a little bit. He must have had a good view, our referee, because he's not even consulting the AR on the other side of on the far side there. Who you would have thought would have had a terrific view from where he was standing. 34 minutes in, 10 minutes to go till half-time. DC with a 1-0 lead, courtesy of an own goal by Houston Dynamo defender David Horst, the big man who has received treatment and will come back into the game here. It's going to be a free kick for Houston. It's an awkward position really for Davis. It's too far out for a shot. The angle not really conducive for a little chip, but he's going to give it a go. And just lifts it up to the edge of the back of the 18-yard box. DC win the header. Houston get it down. And maybe a chance for a cross here. Here it comes. Good ball into the middle. It's an awkward clearance. Headed down. Taylor with a volley that doesn't trouble Hamid, doesn't trouble the goalkeeper Bill Hamid. It's over the top and behind for a goal kick. And all of that kerfuffle got head coach of Houston Dynamo Dominic Kinnear up off the bench. And I'll note he's wearing some sort of ski hat there. Nice bright orange headwear for Kinnear, who's keeping his ears warmed. It's 10 minutes to go until the end of the first half. It's 1-0 to DC United. And there's a big push at the halfway line. Taylor on Johnson. It'll be a free kick for DC. The game just lost a little bit of its flow in the last few minutes with the all the stop-starts. There's a giveaway there as Garcia, Boniat Garcia, turns left and right and rolls it back to Taylor. Ash will go back to the goalkeeper. Brought down on the far side by Christian Fernandez, the left back, and here's De Leon. Solid clearance away. Flag will go up for offside. Referee waves that away. It'll be a throw-in for DC United, just inside the Houston half, wide on the far side. All 6 games of the Carolina Challenge Cup will be streamed live for you, courtesy of Charleston Battery. I believe Dana Lucas is going to call the second half of this game. I will be back for the Battery Seattle game at 7:15. Nicely weighted pass out to Ash on this near side. Looking for Barnes, who flicks forward. Bruin giving chase and trying to prevent DC from getting it away here. Davis, lovely cushion control on his chest. You could see what he was thinking there, but in the end it's behind for a goal kick. Free kick Houston as Eddie Johnson tangles with Horst. He just needs to stay away from that a little bit, Johnson. It's perfect for the big defender to get him involved at that area of the field, and not really his strength, is it? Johnson battling for 50-50s at the halfway line. Oh, that's a giveaway, and here he goes now. What he does have in abundance, of course, is plenty of pace, and flicks that wide. Like a handball from Taylor. It'll just be a throw-in though for United. Davis. Now Clark. Just over 5 minutes remaining in the first half. 1-0 the score in favour of United. Into touch for a Houston throw-in. Ash finds Ricardo Clark. Sarkodie involved over there briefly, but now it's Cascio waiting for the run of Davis. He'll be looking to get this onto his left foot if he can. No, it's an early ball in with his right foot. Great ball! Oof! Bruin, he just couldn't quite catch up to the flight of it. It was hanging in there for him. And here is Bruin now on this near side. Chips it into the middle. Still not fully away. Now it should be cleared by De Leon. Finds Johnson. Sets it back to Nick De Leon. As DC play it long, straight to Corey Ash. Now Clark. Rolls it forward to Boniek Garcia. Here's Sarkodie. Bruin on his own in the middle, and Jeff Park does well. Controls it and passes it away. Finds a teammate. Here's Johnson. We've got players overlapping on this near side. Johnson runs into trouble in the middle of the park. Somehow he keeps possession. Switch is the shout from Ben Olsen. Now they get it out to this near side. Here's Franklin. Rolls it into the path of the winger, and it's a cross. And dealt with well in the end by Taylor. It'll be a corner for DC United. It was a good run from Davy Arnaud, overlapping on the right side, and he put it into a good area. And in the end, Houston happy to get that one behind for a corner. It'll be Fabian Espindola on that left foot to take the corner, and it's driven in. Came off Johnson, I think, and he'll get another chance on this near side. This time he hangs it up towards the back of the 18-yard box. Headed down, a half chance for the strike, and Houston get it away out to the far side. And what's he giving here? A throw-in, I think. No foul. Clark to Sarkodie and back to Derrick. Franklin heads down. Ash will get there first. Arnaud with a good challenge, but it's Davis who just drops a lovely ball in for Barnes. It's just overhit though, and Hamid did well coming off his line, grabs that at the edge of the 18. You couldn't really say the goal has sparked the game to life, but it has been an interesting first half. We've got a couple of minutes to go till the break. Just one goal separates them at the moment. Cascio gets it wide. Sarkodie. Bruin on that left foot. He hits it on frame and saved comfortably at the near post by Bill Hamid.
And Coast Football Alliance, the Carolina Rapids, the Wilmington YMCA, the Jacksonville Youth Soccer Club, the Zara Coastal Sports Academy. We'd also like to welcome the American Outlaws and all College of Charleston alumni. Thanks for coming out to
Taylor squares it to Horst, who it was his unfortunate header that ended up in his own goal to give DC the lead. Here's Cascio on the left foot, curls it in. Davis heads it back across. Charles Barnes actually allowed to bring that down. He couldn't get the volley away though. Probably need to get it wide here, Houston, and now they do with Ash. Drives it to the back of the 18-yard box. DC doing a good job defensively, and they get the header away. Cascio again takes a shot, and this time it rolls through harmlessly to Hamid on the deflection, and he can pick it up. And I would think head coach Ben Olsen, who's just up off the bench again, looking on will be quite pleased with the way things have gone here. They've looked quite organised defensively, DC. And they got the lucky break in the form of the own goal. It's Davis, though, for Houston. Can the Dynamo reply before the break? Not too much time remaining here. Bruin will be called for a foul there. He just muscled Luis Silva to the ground. And DC United with a free kick, which they'll be in no hurry to take. Can't think we're going to have too much stoppage time at the end of the first half. It's a bit of a soft touch from Eddie Johnson there, and Houston with possession now. Boniak Garcia. Ash has made a run out to this left-hand side. Davis asking for it down the line. He's going to get on the end of it here. Brad Davis, he chips it across, and comfortable take for Bill Hamid. For once, Davis's left foot just let him down a bit. Horst heads away. Johnson gets to the loose ball first and lets it run for a throw-in. We've played 45 minutes here at Blackboard Stadium. First game of the Carolina Challenge Cup. Battery Sounders coming up at 7:15. It's DC United 1, Houston Dynamo 0. If you're joining us late, United get the go-ahead goal from a David Horst header, an own goal from Houston, after Nick DeLeon made a great run and put a nice ball into the middle. That was the goal came in the 21st minute. There's the half-time whistle, so 1-0 the score at the midpoint of this game. Both teams will head into the locker rooms. We're going to take a short break ourselves, but we will be back with uninterrupted coverage of the second half from Blackboard Stadium. The score at half-time, Houston Dynamo 0, DC United 1.
and welcome back to Charleston, South Carolina, where we sit at halftime of the opening game of the Carolina Challenge Cup, with Houston leading DC United leading 1-0 over the Houston Dynamo, courtesy of a Nick DeLeon goal. Hello, everybody. I am Dane R. Lucas, calling your second half, filling in for President of the Charleston Battery, Andrew Bell, who is off tending to his presidential duties on this very special weekend for the Charleston Battery. Not just a weekend, I should say. It's an entire week. 3 matches to be played. This the first of them for these two teams here. As both teams coming out with the same 11 as they started the game with. Certainly signifying from the sideline and the coaches' mentalities that they are intent on getting some minutes for what they think will be their starting 11, or at least some of the high-ups on the roster. And it is DC United going from right to left. Houston Dynamo in this tournament for a second straight season. Last year it was the Chicago Fire taking home the prize in this prestigious preseason tournament. I'm sure we'll get to see plenty of swaps here over the course of the next 45 minutes or so, as Coach Ben Olsen looks to go deep into his roster here for the DC United. It was a slow start to the game. Nick DeLeon broke it open, and then ever since then it was back and forth. Houston getting the majority of the opportunities, but here's Nick DeLeon, the goal scorer, getting taken down to the ground. Will Bruin guilty of the foul on Nick DeLeon. And of course, the opening of the MLS season only a few weeks away, so really some last-minute preparations for each side as DeLeon slides it on over to Espindola. That is Christian Fernandez offering support on this near side. Sends it all the way down, not out of play though. Eddie Johnson still keeping it alive over on to Davy Arnaud. Johnson, once again, the former Seattle Sounder, will have a chance to meet and greet some of the former teammates and staff that he used to be employed with last year of the Seattle Sounders. Of course, these were the two teams yesterday that got in late, couldn't make the Carolina Challenge Cup luncheon that was hosted yesterday in the Three Lions pub downstairs, and a foul from behind. Eddie Johnson holding up play nicely, and it was Jermaine Taylor who got in a little too aggressively from the back and sets up a pretty nice position here for a set piece. So there will be a couple of United players debating on who will take this. Certainly invites the shot, but you could imagine maybe a little service to the back post. Eddie Johnson and Brian Boswell just kind of lurking on that back post, and it looks like it's going to be a service rather than the more direct route, and it was sent out nicely by the Houston defenders back to Fernandez, and it'll be a corner kick on the far side, first one of the second half. Fabian Espindola will take the in-swinger. There was just a little dust up in the first half off of a corner similar to this one, and the referee not wanting to run across the same thing again. Just has a few words with some of the boys. This is a good ball put in towards the near post, and it was off one of the United players' last It'll be a goal kick for Taylor Derrick. It's a sellout crowd here in Blackbaud Stadium. Of course, most of the Charleston Battery faithful still filtering into the grounds here on Daniel Island, but certainly a very nice turn up. This is always a special week for not just the team here at the Charleston Battery, but for all the fans who get to see some of the best talent in the country visit their home city, and certainly taking advantage of it is the Charleston public, who is filtered in, and just non-stop calls to the ticket office here at the Charleston Battery. This one's sent away by Derrick, headed up nicely by Jeff Park. Johnson will hold things up. Nice turn into some space. Back onto Park. Park getting pressured from behind. Will Bruin trying to catch him off guard. Davis. Nicely shifted in the middle. This is Luis Silva out to Fernandez. DeLeon gonna let Fernandez chase. It's a foot race in the corner between Fernandez and Tommy Cascio. DeLeon working on two defenders. Finally just drops it back over to Perry Kitchen. Kitchen swivels around a tackle and will just hold possession momentarily as he drops it on back to Jeff Park, who switches play. Davey Arnaud takes it down nicely into the middle now. An ambitious effort from Davey Arnaud, who was a little off balance and about 45 yards out, but still finds time to have a couple words with the ref. Maybe thought he got bumped off the ball a little bit. Kerry Ash pushing up from that left back position, earning a foul with a little set piece that might allow the Houston Dynamo to filter on some bodies into the box. Short route is chosen, and not very effectively, as that might release DC United as the counter is on. Certainly Fernandez all the way up the pitch. Excuse me, no, that is Sean Franklin, and DeLeon can't catch up to that ball that was directed towards the end line and out of place. So plenty of opportunity there for something to turn out better than what it did, and DeLeon trotting back, a little disappointed, a bit dejected in that last counter attack. Eight minutes in to this second half, and it is the Houston Dynamo with the lead, although DC United has really had most of the possession and challenging the goal of Tyler Derrick a bit more than that of Bill Hamid for the for the Dynamo. Drop back to Kofi Sarkodie. Onto the Jamaican Jermaine Taylor. Gorgeous day for soccer here as we drift into nighttime, but it was about 65 and not a cloud in the sky for most of the day as we shift into warmer weather here in Charleston. I know that's not the case for a lot of the country, but February is about the time that it does start to get awfully balmy down here in the low country. And if you remember last year's Carolina Challenge Cup, any of those Houston fans who made the trek out to Charleston will certainly remember that we weren't as fortunate last year. It was the opening day was somewhere in the 40s. It was rainy, it was frigid, it was wet, cold, and a little miserable, but conditions have certainly changed here for the game tonight. Remember, this is the first of 2 games. Charleston Battery will be taking on the Seattle Sounders in the second match of the doubleheader. Good position for a set piece here. Came off the head of Ricardo Clark, cleared away by United. And it's Eddie Johnson to look to release one of his attackers. It was Espindola who almost had it fall to him. Nice little flick on from Luis Silva that was just cut out by the Dynamo. Sparing challenge there as he looked to be in on goal, did Fabian Espindola. Taylor. Sarkozy will settle as DeLeon applies some pressure. Oh, nice little no-look pass into the middle to Bruin. Clark. Here's Kerry Ash. Back to Clark. Sarkozy up top looking for Barnes, but couldn't quite find the looping pass to drop right onto the chest of the number 23. Houston still can't quite figure out this DC back line as they've come close on a couple occasions, but have not had too many good looks on goal. Bill Hamid has had a relatively easy day back there for the back line of United as the last line of defense. Moving the chains up this near sideline as they continue to find themselves up the pitch with a number of throw-ins. Eddie Johnson working strong in the midfield, finally gets it out on over to Sean Franklin. Arnaud with some space has the overlap from Franklin if he so chooses far near post, and Tyler Derrick watches it bounce wide of the frame. But again, it's been DC United, the side with the majority of the opportunities, the shooting chances, and the Dynamo have been stifled as of this point of the game. Well, United fans need no reminder of how the regular season turned out last year, but it was a successful U.S. Open Cup run. Here now, Boniak Garcia. Davis looking out wide. Here is Kerry Ash. Ash pushing so far up. That will not go out of play as play remains. And it'll be a throw-in for the Dynamo, much to the dismay of Sean Franklin, who thought he had earned himself possession. Ash. Davis. Drawing a couple defenders, getting into some space, and then all the way back on to Jermaine Taylor, looking for Horst. Johnson applying plenty of pressure there, not giving Horst a chance to make a decision. And as a result, United regain possession. You see Christian Fernandez there with a little wrapped up right hand. Park all the way back to Hamid. That's about been the extent of his action here today. A few touches on the ball. Not really had to make any saves. And you see Nick DeLeon right there. Nice sequence of moves to free himself after all before being taken down for a free kick. But DeLeon certainly possesses a good deal of quality as He's been, ooh. Jeff Park, silly mistake there, didn't really have to rush himself, but instead gives away a corner, and that might create a chance that Houston could take advantage of. Let's see who it is going to take the set piece. It looks like it's going to be Brad Davis with the left foot putting in an in-swinger. Davis. Oh, that's a good ball, and it was Will Bruin who was there. Got a piece of it, but not the last piece, as it was deflected wide for another corner kick, but Davis will want to do the same as he just did there. Davis again. Oh, delicious ball right where you want it to be, and he'll get a third chance at it. Substitutes starting to warm up on each end of the pitch. As you can only imagine, it's only a matter of time before each coach. Again, Davis right there with a beautiful service that the Dynamo just couldn't put the final touch on, and out for yet another corner kick. This time Davis will shift to the other side of the pitch, right in front of the regiment, the Charleston Batteries fan firm over there in the east end of the stands. Davis, again, this time an outswinger, and wouldn't you know it, number 5. Well, if Houston hadn't had time to work on their corners and their set pieces, they've certainly made up some time here in this second half. They've been lively off the dead ball. And Bill Hamid always at the center of a bit of pushing and shoving, as not the first time we've seen it from Bill Hamid. Goalkeeper out of Annandale. Let's see if it's the referee who chooses to go to his book or have just another word of wisdom for Mr. Hamid. Sarkodie in a touch of trouble as he released out to Tyler Derrick, who just made a sweeping clearance and exudes Sarkodie of any culpability. Boniek Garcia on to Davis. Clark. Out of touch once again. Garcia. In terms of in the run of play, Houston really haven't created too much in terms for opportunities for themselves. Sarkodie puts one in towards the back post, never really going to threaten United as they clear it easily. It was Sean Franklin with an overhead clearance, and back to Houston. Got to think some of these starters, only a few more minutes on the field before the Dynamo reach into the bench. Hamid takes a touch. Here's it out of danger. Johnson settles as he is so accustomed to with his back to goal. Johnson calling for it back. Through ball on to Espindola. Espindola, flag stays down. Looking for options. Good ball across the heart of the box, but Tyler Derrick just got a piece of it. And Espindola, nice run towards the end line, but couldn't quite put the pace up behind it as Derek just got a fingertip to it. DeLeon. Fernandez. Dangerous ball, but Luis Silva looked like he knew what he was doing the whole time as he played it square into a couple of Houston Dynamo midfielders. And we'll see our first booking of this second half as Will Bruin earns a spot in the referee's book. Silva in the middle. Oh, that's a good run from Fernandez, opening up space as a body shift into the box. Fernandez might have just chunked it a bit as he went to cross it for both Nick DeLeon and Eddie Johnson waiting in the middle, and it was a lackluster service for sure, not even worrying Tyler Derrick. Sarkodie. This is Tony Cascio, who we haven't heard too much of here in this second half. Got to think that Brad Davis is going to be the guy that Houston want to kind of revolve everything around. Here he is right now, looking out wide. Sarkodie into the middle. It was a good ball right to the spot, but sent away by United. They've been good on the balls coming in from the wings. DeLeon. Espindola. Shielding off nicely, but it was David Horst who was best to it, and a good bit of defending from Horst will give possession back to the Dynamo and Kerry Ash. Over the top for Bruin. Bruin saw his defender go down and thought he had a glimpse at goal, but a foul whistled as I believe it was Jeff Park who went to ground. That is Brad Davis. On over to Cascio. And that's just a poor giveaway as Fernandez looking to take advantage, sets Espindola down the line. Espindola working on a couple defenders, looking for some help. Eddie Johnson's there. Derek off his line as he challenged Johnson in the air. It was Derek who was best to it, but a good bit of ingenuity there from Fabian Espindola, who didn't have much on his horizons. Dinked one into the box and just hoped that Johnson could use his leaping ability to challenge Derek. Fernandez. Fernandez has the end line. It'll be a race with Cascio to it, though, and here's a good ball into the box for DeLeon. Back post, hoping that Danny Arnaud was ready for it, and this is a shot from out of the box. That was Davy Arnaud, who almost but couldn't quite find the space to put in a charging effort, as it was Tyler Derrick. Made a few saves in this second half so far. He's been called upon a few times, most notably when it was Espindola setting a ball into the box, hoping for Eddie Johnson. He just got a fingertip. That was only a few minutes ago. Sarkodie took a heavy touch, went down on his own, and now Johnson will be played offside as he was just inches over that halfway mark, and I think that was the only thing that was keeping him off. The Houston Dynamo defense looked to be unlocked there. Davis. Over to Barnes. Barnes trying to use his pace. He's got loads and loads of it, but it was good defending by Sean Franklin, who just held him off enough. And things starting to change a bit. Ooh. And that's a dangerous challenge there. Cascio certainly displaying his anger with the challenge from the back. It was Christian Fernandez, and for not the first time in this game, we see a few players from each side not just having words, but some pushing and shoving as well. And we're going to see another booking, I believe. This one perhaps for Christian Fernandez, and I think it's deservedly so, as was a meaty challenge from the back, and Cascio showing his displeasure. As you take a look at each one of the touch lines, you see a load of substitutes ready to come into this game as they finish out the last 15 or so minutes. Davis, good ball in, but a little pushing and shoving in the box will nullify the attempt sent in by Davis, and I believe we're going to have our first substitution of the game. It's going to be Kyle Porter. And let's just try to keep an eye on everybody coming in as much as we can. Oh boy, we've got a nightmare coming on here. Let's see, how about this? I'll tell you who didn't come out from the Houston Dynamo as we take a look, but that is going to be a short list, as about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It might be a 10 for 10 swap right there. So nice shift put in by the front line for the Houston Dynamo. Couldn't quite get the goal back, but towards the end of this last few minutes, they started putting pressure on United. Had the ball in the DC United half for a good bit of time here in this second act. Let's see, we've got Cummings up top with, I believe it's going to be Johnson for the Houston Dynamo. Johnson's still working hard for United as looking to prove himself in his first year representing United. This is a nice little dinked header into the path of Kyle Porter. Got his first touch on the ball here. Driver. Andrew Driver sent wide. And on to Porter once again, just trying to battle back and win the ball back for his team. Here's Driver getting into the box, putting a ball in, and some cries for a penalty as perhaps Driver's ball into the box went off of a defender, DC defender's hand. But another corner kick. It'll be the 6th one of this second half here as Brad Davis. Oh, no, it's not Brad Davis anymore, is it? As Hamid. Aggressive goalkeeping there as came off his line, plenty of intent, powerful punch. Cummings. Cummings listed as a defender, but dropping all the way back for that. Excuse me, a forward. And if it wasn't troublesome enough trying to just keep a count on all the Houston heads that just went in, let's have a big old swap from Ben Olsen and DC United as both teams' first shifts are over, and they will bring on the some of the players battling for roster spots here in the next 2 weeks or so. Of course, important time in the preseason for not just these two sides, but all the MLS sides looking to trim down their roster and get ready for the 2014 MLS campaign. Oof. Heavy challenge there from number 27 in black. Here's Sherrod to go chase. Long throw in to come from that far corner. Still up and around the mix in the DC United box until it was cleared away. Another substitution to come. This is Michael Seaton. Let's see who will relieve. Not just yet, though, as we get a little stoppage here. It is Eddie Johnson, the former Seattle Sounder, now DC United employee, will get a nice little warm ovation from this Charleston Battery home squad. Well deserved for the U.S. Men's International number 9. Of course, there'll be plenty of battles for who will be that number 9 spot in this upcoming season. Of course, 2014 World Cup right around the corner, and plenty of openings, positions, and certainly a lot of decisions for Coach Jurgen Klinsmann to make, as he'll be watching this MLS season very intently. As had a chance to talk to DeAndre Yellman of the Seattle Sounders the other day. Porter with a stab challenge in there, got what it wanted back, and here now. Ball sent up the middle, but taken back by the Dynamo. Carrasco over to Ownby. Carrasco got it back, looking for Cummings to release. Cummings with some bright orange boots out there is Cummings. Of course, I suppose they go in with the Dynamo outfit. See a couple of the DC United boys with the same type of boots, and not as matching. Well, it's been Bill Hamid who's had a busy night, but not in terms of making saves, more in terms of getting involved with Houston Dynamo players, having some discussions with the referee. Guess you got to get involved in the game somehow, even if you're not facing too many shots. Up top to Sherrod. Sherrod climbed over the back of the DC United defender, and things kind of going for Houston how they went in the first half and a large part of this second half. Haven't really been able to build anything up in the attacking third, and as a result, this 1-0 scoreline remains. Good ball over the top. Hamid made a mistake here, and oh, that might be, and no, unbelievable there as it was Cummings who got in, slipped in behind. Big mistake by Bill Hamid, who came out, thought he had the leaps to contend with that bouncing ball into the box. And United has certainly been rewarded with a bit of fortune there. Big decision to be made on Cummings, and the referee saw no harm in the takedown. What a rocket from the left side. Porter with a chance, and my, oh my, excuse me, it wasn't Porter, it was actually Doyle who got into the box, did it all on his own, and let a howitzer go from this left near side and just send it glancing wide. A Houston Dynamo player still a little shaken up behind the play, and as soon as the trainer comes onto the pitch trying to shake it off, we'll check the number. It is number 17, so it's Carrasco. Johnson up to Cummings. Sherrod tried to take possession back here. He gets a little poke in. Bruner. Now here's Ownby. Oof. Carrasco. Johnson was thinking about making that sneaky little run behind the defenders, but instead here he is now. Johnson still with it, sends one into the box off of United last, and it will be a corner kick for the Dynamo, who have really generated just about their only sort of attacking options off of the set piece. Good ball into the box, and oh, still loose. Who's going to finish it off? It's finally cleared in the end, but wow, it was actually Cochran who had a chance at it, a few chances at it to be exact, but couldn't quite slide it through the wall of United defenders. And for the third or fourth time here tonight, the Dynamo have let a chance inside the 6-yard box go squandering, and perhaps they'll be looking back on a few of those set-piece chances and really looking at what could have been. Kemp. Offside the call, delayed as it might have been. Sherrod just caught a few steps behind the DC United back four. Carrasco. Not to Chabala. .5 minutes remaining here in this opening match of the Carolina Challenge Cup, 11th annual Challenge Cup here, as we have hosted tons of teams here in the Low Country from the MLS ranks. Always an exciting time for fans, teams, and soccer lunatics all over South Carolina. Sent on back by Cochran and Tyler Derrick. Will most likely be the number one in terms of opening day. Oh, nicely done there in tight spaces, and heavy challenge in the box from Bruner. Good to see the United forward get up and shake it off. That is Michael Seaton, who wound up and was looking to put a charge into it, but here now Ownby into the middle, Carrasco. Up top, Johnson. Johnson still with it, tried to step over, and then the shot, but it was deflected wide. Beautiful stuff there on the other end, though, by number 34, DC United, Connor Doyle. Sent back. Here, Ownby again. Time ticking down for Houston as they look to equalize with just 3 minutes remaining in the 90. Well, the forecast called for rain tonight, but have not seen a drop just yet. Hopefully things will continue in this fashion as we approach the second half of the doubleheader here from Blackbaud Stadium. Invite you to stick around for that one as well. It will be broadcast on the Charleston Battery YouTube, and this is a good ball behind the defense of Houston Dynamo, and oh, what a save by Derrick, but the rebound chance is tucked home by Michael Seaton, and that might have sealed it right there. It was a gorgeous ball over the top, intended for number 19, Kyle Porter, who couldn't finish it off, but it was Seaton there to clean up the loose ends, and DC United's advantage doubles as Houston sees their chances of a comeback diminish here late into the second half. Can't stress how much that was created from the ball in the midfield. Porter released behind the defenders, and it was right in stride. Not sure who it was in the middle of the park. It could have been Martin, who had the vision. Again, possession wasted in the middle of the park as United can just knock it around the back a few times, watch the seconds tick off the clock, and wrap up this match day one of the Carolina Challenge Cup. Seaton created more havoc as it was Derrick almost caught off his line, had to recover a little bit, and it will be a goal kick as things just starting to come on loose for the Dynamo defense in these last few minutes. Oof. Heavy challenge there from Carrasco, but nothing malicious in the act. And there's Seaton with a big clash on, I believe it's Ownby or Cochran. Signal from the assistant on the sideline. 2 more minutes as Seaton will be booked. Not even sure how much he knew about it. Seemed to have his eyes on the ball. And just... It's Mike Chabala, and a little slow to get up, but he'll shake things off, head to the sideline, and should be okay to come on back in. Porter. Here is Ayuma. Ownby keeps it alive here on the near side. Should be well into the final minute of play here from Blackbaud Stadium. It was a Nick DeLeon goal that put United up in the opening act, and then it was Michael Seaton capping things off only minutes ago. All in all, they got the goals they wanted, and they defended very well with the lead. Did United. Weren't allowing much of the Dynamo players to see any portion really at all of goal, and that is the final whistle here from Blackbaud Stadium as DC United wins this opening match of the Carolina Challenge Cup 2-0. Goals from Nick DeLeon and Michael Seaton. We invite you to stick around for the second match of the Carolina Challenge Cup on this match day 1. Seattle Sounders and the Charleston Battery will be kicking off in just about 20-25 minutes or so. So keep it locked right here. And one last time, DC United taking this opening match.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Sounds great.
Major League Soccer's Seattle Sounders. Starting with their captain, number 6.
No.
Midfielder Osvaldo Alonso. In goal for Seattle, number 1, Marcus Hanneman. On defense for the Sounders, number 3, Brad Evans. Number 5, Chad Marshall. Number 4, Jaleel Iamala. And number 15, Dylan Remick. In the midfield for Seattle, number 10.
And welcome back to Blackboard Stadium for the second game of the 2014 Carolina Challenge Cup as the Charleston Battery get their tournament underway versus Seattle Sounders FC. My name's Andrew Bell, I'll be your host for this second match, and alongside me, Matt Gashk from the Seattle Sounders front office. Matt, welcome to Blackboard Stadium.
Yeah, it's a great stadium. First time I've been here, but first time the Sounders have been here since 2008 in the Open Cup semifinal.
That's right. Back in the USL 1 days. And that year, of course, the Battery went to the Open Cup final, lost to DC United. This is the second game of the tournament. In the first game, United beat the Houston Dynamo 2-0. They got an own goal in the first half, an own goal off a misdirected header by Matt Horst, and then added a second in the second period to make it 2-0, so off to a good start. I saw head coach Ben Olsen after the game. He was reasonably pleased. I think it's been a while since they've actually won a game.
And with that group, they've got so many new players in there. To see them combine well and have a good result like that, it's got to be good for Ben.
So Seattle Sounders, of course, in the green tonight. The Charleston Battery will be in their home colors, the gold and black, the yellow and black if you like. And two former Battery players on the field tonight for Seattle, Osvaldo Alonso and Lamar Nagel. And on the other side of the pitch, it's Amadou Sanyang. Had a very brief spell with Seattle, I think.
He did, as a young player playing for Seattle in 2011. Had some good opportunities, though. Got in one MLS game, but also got in to a Champions League game down in Mexico where Seattle beat Monterrey 1-0. Kind of a historic game, if only a week late. Dallas had beaten a team in Mexico 1 week before.
It's incredible, that. And yeah, Sanyang, I think this is year 3 for him with the Charleston Battery, and won a championship with Charleston in 2012. Seattle are going to have the ball when the referee gets us underway. The temperature dropping out there, but still just hovering around 60 degrees. This is a natural grass surface here at Blackboard Stadium, and I did have a chance to get on the field earlier. It's just about perfect tonight. Conditions do get a bit slick out there. It can be a bit greasy in these early season games, so we'll see how the players handle that.
Seemed to be handling pretty well for the first game between DC and Houston.
Crowd looking forward to this one as we get underway with the Sounders on the ball. There's Chad Marshall. Back to Marcus Hanneman and away to the halfway line. Evans, who starts at right back tonight for Seattle, it would seem. Ball played forward. There's a touch from Charleston Battery defender Sean Ferguson. John Wilson, the veteran, muscled off the ball, and here comes Seattle down this near side. Here's Obafemi Martins. Alonso, his first touch. Whipped out to the far side, and Sanyang directs the header down to Michael Azira, who has spent the last month with Seattle in camp.
He's looked really good for the team. I know they've seen a lot of things they like, and definitely mixes well with the group. I don't know you'll find a happier person on the field right now.
Yeah, he's a great young player, and I'm sure enjoyed himself with Seattle in the preseason. Back with the Battery, though, tonight for the game as Charleston clear into the Seattle half. It's Evans, now Alonso. Cooper tries to flick it on. It's controlled by Taylor Mueller. And here's a first touch for Quinton Griffith, the Antigua and Barbuda national team player. Falvey chips it forward to Dane Kelly, and he draws the foul as Chad Marshall just had a bit too much of his shirt, and the Battery have a free kick just inside the Seattle half. 2 minutes in here at Blackboard Stadium. Charleston Battery 0, Seattle Sounders 0. Pre-season exhibition as the ball is chipped down for Griffith to the corner flag. He gets away from his man. It comes back, and the cross is poor from Mueller, who's playing at right back tonight. Obafemi Martins with a touch, controls it. He had a look up, but Cooper was offside, so he couldn't play him through. Ferguson. And that's given away there and all the way back to the goalkeeper, Marcus Hanneman, who had a long spell with the club that I supported as a youth, Reading. That's where I'm from, Matt.
Yeah, he's a local guy from Seattle. Started his pro career with the Sounders. Took Colorado all the way to the championship game with the guy behind us, Chris Henderson.
But more importantly, took Reading to the Premier League.
Right.
After a 125-year absence.
Yeah, he's one of the many celebrated goalkeepers from the Seattle area.
That's right. Evans lets that one run. It'll be a throw-in now for Seattle Sounders at the halfway line on this near side. Wilson with a touch down to the corner flag and then clips it away. John Wilson was a teammate of Alonso when Osvaldo was here in 2008. The only Battery player remaining, as he draws a foul there. Fouled by Zach Prince, a College of Charleston product. Driven across by Alonso. Nice leave there by Nagel. And this is dangerous as the ball comes into the middle. It eluded Colin Falvey and Sean Ferguson, and Charleston happy in the end just to play it out to this near side. And it'll be a throw-in for Seattle. Well, actually, I think the assistant on this near side's overruled the referee. It's going to be a throw for the Battery. It must have taken a touch on the way through. 4 minutes in here. It's Charleston Battery 0, Seattle Sounders 0. Again, this is the second game of the tournament. All 4 teams will play again Wednesday night, and then the tournament finale next Saturday. And all games live and free of charge, available to you. Nice touch there from Kelly, but caught in possession, gives it away. Papa flicked into Cooper at the near post, and Falvey ends up with possession. Charleston struggling to string passes together at the moment, though, as Seattle work it all the way back to Chad Marshall. Now Evans. Tackled by Prince. We see the slick surface there as Marshall and Kelly collide. It'll be a free kick for the Charleston Battery. Marshall has played here a few times, incidentally, with Columbus
Crew. Spent 10 years with the Crew, and this is his first year in MLS with another club. Definitely been a good addition for Seattle.
First time we saw Chad Marshall was when he was with the U20 national team here. We had the stadium hosted the U20 World Championship qualifiers. He was a teammate of Eddie Johnson back in 2001, I believe. Sanyang works it out to Wilson, who will struggle to control that. It was a loose pass from Amadou Sanyang, and it's a throw in here for Seattle. And it's quickly taken, and Alonso has it. Out to Evans on this near side. Papa asking for the ball to feet to the corner flag. Lovely close control. But the flag will go up. I think Evans was just offside there as the ball was played through.
Papa, a late addition to camp, but has really mixed well with this group, and you'll see a little bit more of that as he kind of learns the tendencies of his teammates, and his teammates get acquainted with him on the field as well.
Definitely, you would think, will bring a little bit of quality to the team. Clever player as Sanyang gets ahead of Alonso, but it's Papa with the touch, back to Evans. Chips it forward for Martins. It's over Martins' head. Falvey controls and finds Griffith, who loses the ball. It was a poor touch from Griffith, and here comes Nagel now on the far side. Good ball into the middle. It's headed behind by the Battery skipper, Colin Falvey. It'll be a corner kick for Seattle, and I would think this will mean up comes Chad Marshall.
Yeah, when you have a player like Papa who can deliver a ball as well as he does, good to have targets on the other end like Chad Marshall, Kenny Cooper, Jaleel Anibaba. You look at Andy Rose as well. Good players on set pieces.
Decent ball in, but comfortable for the Battery's goalkeeper, Ramos, who is on trial here with Charleston. He's a former national team goalkeeper for Cuba, one of 4 Cuban exiles with the Charleston Battery at the moment. And I can tell you, at the media lunch on Friday, they were absolutely gushing to meet Osvaldo Alonso. It's their hero, no question about it. He's been an inspiration for them. And of course, they're hoping to follow his footsteps, at least partially, and try and forge careers for themselves here in the United States.
You saw a very happy Osvaldo Alonso at that lunch as well, holding court with those 4 at a table. It was really something to see for a guy who really has been kind of quiet off the field in Seattle.
Yeah, he seemed very much at home up in the pub in the Three Lions Club. Here's Seattle with Anibaba, chips it forward, looking for Cooper. Cooper gets above Falvey. Charleston should get it clear here with Taylor Mueller, who's from the Pacific Northwest himself. I think he's a Seattle native.
Yeah, Seattle native, University of Washington product. Spent some time in there in the off-season as well.
High studs there from Sanyang, and it'll be a free kick for Seattle Sounders. Alonso just rolls it forward. Nice little free kick for Cooper. Cooper sets it back to Rose. Now out to the far side. Dylan Remick over there. Nagel just evades the tackle and gets it square. Charleston dig in though, and they'll have it back now with Prince. Wilson tries to flick it forward. That's a good ball, and Van Schaik can't play it through to Kelly, who's offside. First time I've mentioned Jared Van Schaik's name as Prince drives it across to the far side. That's a good ball if Griffith can get on the end of it. Now Azira chips to the back post. Prince recovers and plays it in. Not the best clearance from Seattle, but in the end it's behind for a goal kick as Kelly couldn't bring it under control.
Really good opportunity there for Charleston. Unfortunately, they couldn't do more with it.
Now the Sounders have 2 weeks until the season opener, which is on Saturday, March 8th.
March 8th at home against Sporting Kansas City. No better way to start the season than against the defending MLS Cup champions.
Against the champs, of course, a full house expected for that one. And that game will be on broadcast nationally on NBC.
NBC, right. And it'll be another great opportunity to showcase soccer in America. Big open stadium opportunity for see the champs and the maybe the best home crowd in the league.
For sure, the best home crowd in the league is Rose.
Well, I didn't want to say it. I'll let you say it.
Sets it back to Marshall, who looks to have slotted in very nicely with Seattle there at central defence. Pings it forward. It's headed into touch by the Battery, who happy to concede a throw-in down there about level with the 18-yard box. Griffith clips it towards the halfway line. It is knocked away by Rose. It'll be a throw-in for the Charleston Battery. This game, or this event, today's game, sold out as well. I think the front office, I was told, stopped selling tickets about 1 o'clock. So a good start to the tournament here in Charleston, South Carolina, as Alonso and Van Schaik contest a 50-50. It'll be a throw-in for the Sounders on the far side. No DeAndre Yedlin tonight.
Yeah, he had a bit of an ankle injury. They're just kind of keeping him out as a precaution. Really want to make sure he can be as ready as he can for that March 8th game. Not bad when you can slot in the U.S. national team right back in his place, though.
Not bad at all. As Prince and Evans contest that loose ball. It's Evans who earns the throw-in. He's looking for some movement, and he finally gets Papa to show for it. Given away there by Evans as Azira turns into trouble and is tackled, but it'll be a throw-in now for the Battery. Down the line it goes for Kelly. Kelly, a little flick inside to Azira, and he's in behind Annie Baba here. There's no one in the box, and he back heels it. And actually, in the end, it was cleared, but it finds its way to Hanneman. Just for a second there, Azira had got in behind the central defender.
Looked like he heard the footsteps of Ozzy Alonso there creeping in to make the tackle.
When Alonso played for us in Charleston, obviously had a fantastic season, but just his ability to close players down was unbelievable.
He does it as well as he does against players like Landon Donovan. I can imagine what it looked like against USL level talent.
He had a tremendous season. Big reason why the Battery were able to get to the final of the Open Cup that year. The last time a non-MLS side has made it that far in the in US Soccer's national championship.
Beat 2 MLS clubs along the way too.
For sure, Houston and let's think, it was Dallas. As Van Schaik finds the loose ball and he gets it to Griffith, who's got a bit of space on the far side. He's asking Mueller to join in. Griffith again. Now Van Schaik squares it to Sanyang. Oh, he finds a player. It's Azira. Chance for a strike there. I think he was given a little bit of room, Azira, but in the end, Marshall blocks the shot and he'll chip it into the middle. It's headed down by Marshall and Alonso picks up the loose ball. Here's Marco Papa. I'm not sure whether Azira realized how much space he had there. He got that ball just inside the box and got the strike away, but couldn't get it past Marshall. It's given away by Alonso. Sanyang to Griffith. Up it goes for Kelly. Back out to Griffith. And play on, says the referee. No foul as Rose came through Azira. It's Wilson. Back inside to Sanyang. Prince. That's a good ball from Wilson to Van Schaik. Seattle well organised though, in front of the Battery midfield, and in the end the strike from Azira well high, and that'll be a goal kick.
Azira really showing a lot of the qualities here in this game so far that made him attractive to Seattle, and why he's still going to be hanging around in camp with them.
He had a good year last year with Charleston. Actually scored a cracking goal against Orlando. He headed it in from like 35 yards.
Really?
You have to check it out online if you haven't seen it. It's a remarkable goal. After I think he scored once in 2012, he chipped in with 6 or 7 last year. A little bit loose there from Annie Barber, but Seattle find it with Martins now. Trying to get it wide. There's not a lot on for him, and now he gives it away straight to Griffith, who took his eye off the ball, and it'll go all the way through. I think it's going to be a throw for the Battery. Kelly. Oh, nicely done there by Griffith. Telegraphed that a little bit. It was a good interception by Evans. Now Annie Baba up to Rose. And then the long ball forward, looking for the run of Martins. Falvey just directs the header down for Mueller, and he'll just lump it downfield in turn. Griffith to Sanyang for the Battery, who are just coming into it a little bit more in the last few minutes. Wilson sets it back inside to Sanyang. He's got plenty of space and time. As Charleston forced back with Colin Falvey. Falvey, a teammate of Lamar Nagels when he was a Battery player. Back in 2010, Nagel leading Charleston to the USL 2 championship that year behind an MVP season.
Really did wonders for his career, gave him the confidence that he could score at the professional level, and we've seen him do it in Seattle. 13 goals in his 2 full seasons with the Sounders now.
Here's Mike Azira for the Battery. Up to Kelly, dispossessed by Rose. And now Alonso for the Sounders. Cooper, who dropped all the way back to the halfway line to receive the ball. Charleston parry it clear. It'll be a throw-in for Seattle on the far side. We're midway through the first half. It's Charleston Battery 0, Seattle Sounders 0. What's the referee? Referee's having a word with the Battery's Jamaican striker Dane Kelly. Any idea what he's saying over there? Keep your arms down, maybe.
Right.
I think Kelly would fancy himself in a foot race against Marshall. Whether he'll get the opportunity or not, we shall see. Here comes Evans on this near side. Back to Papa. Remick. Zira just put the body on him. The referee didn't like the challenge. It's going to be a free kick for Seattle, and this is a chance. It was Kelly, actually, you're right, across defending. And it'll be an opportunity here for Seattle from a better angle. It's Papa, is it, who's gone across to take it. And up comes Chad Marshall. Annie Baba stays back. 20th minute.
Looks like it's going to be Nagel taking it.
It is, you're right. It's Lamar Nagel over there on the set piece. Just be trying to fizz this in to about the near post, you would think. It's a good ball in, actually, to the back of the 18-yard box, but Charleston managed to get it away. It'll be a throw-in for Seattle in front of the Battery bench on this near side. Charleston coached by Mike Anhauser, who's been with the club since 1994 in one capacity or another.
Seen a lot of good talent come through here.
For sure. And actually, Mike has been out to the Seattle Combine a couple of times during the off-season. I think he was there this year in Las Vegas. That looked like a very heavy challenge on the far side by Azira. Play on, says the referee, and Van Schaik loses possession, and Seattle have it back. Like the studs were maybe showing a little bit there on Obafemi Martins, who gets up. It doesn't look like he's any the worse for wear or tear. Here's Andy Rose for Seattle. Squares it to Osvaldo Alonso. Puppet comes to the halfway line and sets it out to Evans. Back to Alonso. Nice possession football from Seattle, but still inside their half. Papa looks for the run of Remick, and he drops a great ball over the top for him, and the strike is wide of the target, but a good idea. Great ball from Papa, and in the end behind for a goal kick.
Remick's had a great preseason for Seattle, and you see there why. He's able to get behind the defense using his speed. He was a sprint champion in high school. Just not good enough on his finish there, but you see the quality, you see the opportunities that he's going to be able to create from that left back spot.
Rose beaten in the air. Down goes Van Schaik. The referee blows his whistle. It'll be a free kick for the Battery. Lamar Nagel not happy, giving the referee a piece of his mind. And, well, Charleston will look upon this as an opportunity, and they're going to send the big boys forward themselves. So up goes Sean Ferguson at 6'4", the tallest of the Battery back four. Looks like Brad Evans has picked him up for now. Griffith plays it in, it doesn't beat the first man. Prince gets a piece of it, and it's into touch right in front of the Seattle Sounders bench below us here at Blackboard Stadium. Throw in Sounders. No Clint Dempsey, of course. Matt, when will he return to the fold?
Well, it'll be interesting. We're anticipating he'll get the call from the U.S. national team for that March 5th game against Ukraine, assuming that game goes on as planned.
Right.
He'll get into Seattle on March 6th. Maybe he'll be available on the bench for that March 8th game, but more likely his first opportunity will be March 15th against Toronto FC with a few other big-name players as well.
For sure. Toronto really got the checkbook out during the off-season. Looking forward to... it just seems every year it gets more exciting, doesn't it?
It really does.
The sport's growing, the league is growing. As Sanyang gets a little touch in. Here's Papa now on this near side. Lovely little ball inside for Alonso, who darts around the Battery defender. Ferguson, who just did enough to recover and concedes a corner on this near side. Excellent little burst there from Alonso.
If he's able to add that to his game with a little bit more consistency, he's really going to separate himself from the pack.
And he shows for the short corner, unmarked. Papa chips to the back of the 18-yard box. Martin's got a good jump, but beaten in the air. Now Nagel, first time ball back into the mixer, great ball in. Alonso looking for the volley, oh, what a finish! Tremendous strike from Alonso, and the Sounders take a 1-0 lead.
Just like that, we just talked a moment ago about Alonso and adding some offensive pop to his game. And sure enough, he rewards my my thoughts, I guess.
Doesn't celebrate the goal. I suppose there's an acknowledgement to his former club, but what a finish that was.
Really rising to the occasion, showing really how much excitement he has for this game.
Tremendous strike there from Alonso, who opens his account in the Carolina Challenge Cup for Seattle. He did play for the Battery in this competition back in 2008. As I'm trying to think if he scored in that tournament. I don't think he did. It's all the way back to Hanneman in goal for Seattle. So the Sounders 1-0 up via Alonso, of all people, from just outside the 18-yard box. Anibaba down the line to Evans. Cooper's touch a little heavy, but Papa picks up the loose ball. He's going to have a crack from distance. That one won't trouble the Battery goalkeeper, Ramos. Who, to be fair, I don't think he could do much about that strike. That was tremendous into the top corner. Good jump from Anibaba, but Sanyang finds the loose ball, then tackled, dispossessed by Rose. It was a heavy touch from Sanyang. Now Anibaba will chip it forward. Papa doesn't really want to be getting involved in that too much. Those lofted balls forward, he lets it run. It'll be a throw-in for the Battery. Prince drills it forward to Kelly. Good control from the Jamaican. And dragged down by Alonso. Oh, he's going to get booked, is he? He is. No, the referee's going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
I've seen cards for less, but we'll take it.
No,
keep him on the field.
That's right. So a free kick for Charleston. It's a difficult angle, really, you would think. Prince, the right footer, and Wilson, the left, over it. And it's going to be Prince, who just curls it into the box. It's there. Oh, it's in! And it's the captain, Colin Falvey. The ball just sat down for him about 8 yards out. And he bangs it past Marcus Hanneman, and we're level here at Blackboard Stadium, 1-1.
That's the risk you run when you do commit a foul like that in a dangerous area. Seattle's done a lot to improve their set-piece defense, adding Chad Marshall, Jaleel Anibaba, but not enough there. Good opportunity for Charleston, and they took advantage.
So Falvey, the skipper, pulls the home side level. That gets the crowd going here. The ball just wasn't cleared properly. It was down there in the box, and Falvey quickest to react. Here's Obafemi Martins. Rolls it inside to Cooper. Cooper, by the way, has got a storied history at this stadium. He scored a couple of hat-tricks here.
Really?
He scored as an All-American in high school, and also scored a hat-trick for Dallas to knock the Battery out of the Open Cup one year.
Kenny actually got married here in Charleston 2 years ago.
That's right, you're right. Oh, that's a bit loose there. And here comes Charleston with numbers. It's Van Schaik from distance. Doesn't trouble Hanneman. He lets that one fly past the post. Just looking down, looks like Dominic Kinnear, head coach of Houston Dynamo, out of your shot, has joined the crowd here watching the game from the stands below us. Sanyang gets a piece of that. Cooper's touch a little loose, and Griffith in with a challenge. Marshall gets there just ahead of Dane Kelly. Kelly on loan from Tivoli Gardens Football Club in Jamaica. And the pressure from Lamar Nagel results in a corner. He just put his body on Sean Ferguson. Ferguson had no choice and heads behind to concede a corner, and this time Papa's going to go across to take it. Actually, it's taken short to Papa. Back to Martins. Cuts it back onto his right foot, finds Papa at the edge of the 18. Griffith keeping him honest, and it goes all the way back in the end to Remick. Drives it out to Evans. Half an hour gone at Blackboard Stadium. Evans chips to the back of the 18-yard box. Headed away by Griffith. Cleared away now by Quinton Griffith. And Evans latches onto the loose ball for Seattle. Out to Papa. Now Rose. Nagel screaming for it. He just got in behind the Battery left back there, but Evans didn't see it. And no, that's a foul. I was going to say the referee waving play on as Azira gets Osvaldo, catches him. It's a free kick for Seattle. Seattle definitely want to play, don't they? They're looking for the short free kick every time quick. As it comes out to Evans now on this near side. Battery, incidentally, Matt, have only been training for a week. Obviously, the USL Pro season doesn't start as early as Major League Soccer's. As we'll get back to that in a second. Here's Nagel. Nagel trying to whip it in, deflected away. It'll be a throw-in, I think, possibly a corner on this near side. I didn't say which. I think it's a corner. I didn't say which side of the post it went round. And it's going to be Papa with a corner kick for Seattle. Marshall trots up from the back. Swung in, it's overhit that. And Charleston get it away at the near post.
Looked like he may have hurried that one a little bit. I don't know that Marshall was
ready,
quite ready for that.
You're absolutely right. Here's Papa. Just rolls it down the line for Evans. Evans catches Zach Prince high on the shin. Prince rolling around in agony. It'll be a free kick for the Charleston Battery. The Battery, incidentally, starts its campaign on March 22nd here at Blackboard Stadium against last year's champions as well, Orlando City.
That's a team that Seattle fans are aware of. Had a chance to play them twice last year, once in Tacoma at Cheney Stadium, another time down in Orlando. Obviously saw the talents of Dom Dwyer, but they had a lot of really talented pieces on that team, and going to be interesting to see how they're able to manage in their last season before going to MLS in 2015.
It's a situation, of course, that Seattle are familiar with, having done the same thing, although back in 2008 for the 2009 season. Orlando will be the next, or will be joining Major League Soccer at the start of the 2015 season, along with New York City FC. That's a good touch from Kelly, trying to find Griffith. Tackles flying in the middle, and it's Alonso who comes up with a loose ball, and Azira just knocks him away, conceding the foul.
Azira not backing down at all. I think that's really what you want to see from him. Not just at the USL level, but if he wants the opportunity to play at the next level as well.
Azira, a Ugandan native, member of the Ugandan national team, was involved in the African World Cup qualifying playoff. Uganda actually lost that. Won't be going to the World Cup in the summer, unfortunately. That'll be a throw-in for Charleston. We've got about 12 minutes till the break. It's Charleston 1, Seattle 1. The Sounders opened the scoring in the 25th minute through Osvaldo Alonso. Colin Falvey replied 3 minutes later for the Battery, the Charleston Battery captain, the Irishman. Here's Alonso. Dispossessed, throw in Charleston. Nice touch there from Evans, and they find Obafemi Martins, now Cooper. Falvey takes it off him and looks upfield. Marshall will come across and take that away from Van Schaik. That was nicely done by the big defender.
Good ball there a moment ago by Papa to find Martins just in the tightest of spaces. Kenny Cooper just playing a little bit too narrow though, and Martins looking to push him a little bit wider of his position.
What a career he's had, by the way, Martins. I think the year we started this tournament, he was still playing for Inter Milan. Still, obviously, he's not that old. Still got a lot to contribute, you would think. Here's Papa. Steps inside Wilson, who recovers and then loses it again. Nagel with a nice little touch to Cooper. Back to Rose. Squares it to Alonso. Out to the far side, but Charleston with numbers behind the ball now. And this time Alonso perfect with his pass out to Brad Evans. Rolls it up to Martins, who's willing to come and help. All the way back to Anibaba. Nagel. Ooh, he got away with it. It came back to him, and here he comes. A little run to the edge of the 18. Papa laid it inside. The flag is up. There was a player who'd strayed the wrong side of the Battery back four, and it'll be it would be a free kick, but he's just waved that away. So it's just the Battery goalkeeper, Andy Ramos, on trial here this week with the Battery. Clips it away to the halfway line. Azira. Back to Falvey. And now Mueller. Nice touch there from Marshall. It's actually an interesting dynamic for Azira, who hasn't been with the Battery now for a month, and is slotting in straight into the lineup, of course. Probably having to introduce himself to some of his teammates, some of the new faces. Here he is on the ball. Showed too much of that to Evans, who heads away. That's run into touch there by Zach Prince, another former College of Charleston player. And the referees wants Kenny Cooper to move the ball back a couple of feet on the throw-in. Evans allowed to throw it in square there, finds Marshall. Out to Remick, back inside now to Alonso. Pings it out to Evans, down the line to Obafemi Martins, nice touch from Papa on the chest, brings it wide. He's got Evans overlapping and sends it in, that's a good ball in, a chance for Nagel, couldn't quite get the shot away. And Charleston scramble it clear for a throw-in on this near side. That's Nagel's, one of his strengths there. He can get that shot away very quickly, almost doesn't need a backlift. The throw comes into the near post, headed down. Not the best clearance, and in the end though it's scuffed behind, and it'll be a goal kick for the Charleston Battery.
Seattle's had a couple of opportunities where they've gotten into the box and they've gotten numbers, but they've spent so much of their energy trying to unlock the five-man midfield that they seem a little over-anxious when they do get the ball into that attacking third.
Yeah, you'd have to say at this point, this is really fine-tuning time for Major League Soccer teams, just 2 weeks before kickoff. Great header there, by the way, from Marshall, but it'll run all the way through to Ramos in goal. How close do you think this is to Seattle's starting lineup, Matt?
It's close. I mean, when you imagine Leo Gonzalez getting healthy, he's probably your starting left back. DeAndre Yedlin is probably your starting right back, and then you move Brad Evans forward. And then it becomes a question of who you take out of the lineup at that point. You still have to wait for Clint Dempsey to return as well, but Andy Rose plays very well, and he's had a great camp in the middle of midfield, but then you've got to take Lamar Nagel out, who's also had a good camp. So it's a lot of difficult decisions for Ziggy Schmidt.
I'm sure it's decisions Coach Schmidt relishes as Azira sees his pass blocked. A wealth of talent, no bad thing for sure, as Sanyang clips it out to Griffith. Good control this time from the Antiguan. Sanyang trying to drop it in behind the Seattle player Nagel, who shepherds it into touch. It'll be a goal kick for the Sounders. Again, it's Kansas City on March 8th, and then the second game also at home, I believe.
Again, home against Toronto FC. Opportunity for fans to get out and see Jermaine Defoe, see Michael Bradley, Julio Cesar.
Maybe Julio picking a few out of the back of the net.
That's what we're hoping. But there you've got a player for Brazil that's looking to get ready for the national team for the World Cup.
It's a remarkable signing, that. Absolutely incredible. And I suppose Defoe as well. Still definitely in the picture for England. It's a bit ambitious, that, from Azira. Griffith's got a little bit of pace, but not enough to catch up to that. 5 minutes to go here at Blackboard Stadium. It's closing in on the end of the first half. Charleston Battery have pulled themselves level in this game. 1-1 the score. Alonso for Seattle in the 25th minute, followed by Falvey for the Battery in the 28th. Good header there by Ferguson. Kelly helps it out to Azira. Marshall up and away, no nonsense defending there. Falvey hooks it away under a bit of pressure from Kenny Cooper. Here is the big man, Cooper. Back to Remick. Chips one down the line. Mueller into the parking lot there, and it'll be a throw-in for Seattle. Decent cross, but really no problem for Ramos in goal for the Battery. Here's Prince. Prince trying to set it through the middle for Kelly. Kelly takes a touch and gets away from Marshall. Did he get clipped there? He's looking to the referee. I don't think the referee saw anything wrong with the challenge. I think Prince was trying to play that over Marshall and give Kelly something to chase, but it's Seattle with possession here. pinged in by Evans. Out to Papa, who looks like he's slotted in very nicely, doesn't he, with Seattle. Lovely ball from him out to the far side. Tussling, by the way, off the ball there, Papa, with Zach Prince. Ball sent in. It's away by Sanyang. Charleston happy to concede a throw in here with a couple of minutes remaining in the first half. It's Andrew Bell with Matt Gash alongside me, and Kelly almost got there. Matt, your thoughts as we head towards the close of the first half? Not too bad.
Not too bad, but yeah, I think you'd like to see Seattle do a little better when they get into the attacking third. They are still struggling a bit with that five-man midfield, just finding a way to unlock the defense and get the ball in between the midfield and that back four, where guys like Papa and Obafemi Martins can really start to be dangerous. Otherwise, not a bad half from either side.
Still time for somebody to get their noses in front here, if you like, as Azira this time picks out Griffith on the far side. Working against Remick, he's going to try and get round the outside, but fouls Remick as he goes to the byline. It'll be a free kick for Seattle Sounders.
One thing I like about this Charleston team is a lot of their mistakes have been errors of aggression, not so much omission. They're really playing the ball forward. They're not being tentative at all. They're really rising to this occasion of playing against an MLS opponent.
Yeah, certainly. I'm sure the players look forward to this tournament every year. 11 years now Charleston has hosted this competition. 3 MLS teams join the Battery each spring. This is really early spring compared to the old days. Oh, nicely done from Obafemi Martins, trying to wriggle away from Sanyang. He plays a quick free kick and Nagel gets hammered by Falvey. Falvey gets it to the halfway line to Dane Kelly. Charleston have got numbers here if Kelly can pick out the run. Azira trying to run through, he couldn't take it in stride. Kelly, does he do enough? Yes, just gets it to Sanyang. Now Azira finds Van Schaik. Prince. And the shot is blocked and rolled all the way back to Hanneman. Comfortable clearance to the halfway line. Is the Battery's captain, Colin Falvey, who's won 2 championships now with Charleston, in 2010 as a teammate of Lamar Nagel, and in 2012. There's the half-time whistle, and 45 minutes in, the score here at Blackboard Stadium, 1-1, as Charleston Battery come back to draw level with Seattle Sounders. Alonso opened the scoring in the 25th minute with a fantastic strike from just outside. Still very much in the game. Temperature dropping out there. Referees are just jumping around, keeping warm. The Battery huddled away to our left. Charleston will have the ball when we get back underway here for the start of the second half. And have made a couple of changes. We'll get to them as the half begins. Seattle, by the way, unchanged, so they leave out the same first starting 11. Charleston have switched goalkeepers. Will Dietrich comes in for Andy Ramos. Dietrich, another trialist. Battery's starting goalkeeper, incidentally, a Cuban exile, Additional Cooper, but just coming back off the DL and will be available, we think, next weekend. Rustic comes in for Sean Ferguson. There he is on the ball. I think from Jacksonville University, a small school just down the road. As Falvey drills that forward, looking for Kelly. Kelly chests it down, and Ibaba lets it roll all the way back to the safe hands of Marcus Hanneman. How old's Marcus now? He's in his late 30s, got to be.
41.
Oh, he's 41.
Yeah.
Well, I never. But definitely in contention for the starting spot, it would seem.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a rough training camp so far, to be honest. He had a hamstring injury coming in that, as will happen when you're 41, he actually caught it slipping on some ice in his driveway.
Oh no.
And you know, struggled with that a little bit early, but once he was able to get fit and able to participate in full in training, you've seen his leadership really a key component on the back line. And with Stephen Fry in as competition, there really is a true competition between the two for the starting spot.
That's perfect, really, isn't it? Vastly experienced, of course, Marcus Hanneman. That's a bit of an understatement when you consider his career. Here's Mueller down the line for Griffith, and into touch from Remick it was, wasn't it? And it'll be a throw-in for the Battery. Referee not quite ready yet. Now he is. There was a second ball on the field, retrieved by a ball boy. Kelly tries to hold off Marshall, and does enough to win a corner, and it's a short corner, and it's totally fluffed there by the Battery. That will infuriate the coaching staff. Charleston with a chance there to whip one into a dangerous area. That's a great ball over the top for Martins as he got the pace. He's beyond Wilson, into the box. Wilson did just enough and got the last touch as the ball runs away for a corner kick.
Keeping up with Obafemi Martins, not an easy task. And good work from Wilson there to keep up with him and poke that away for a corner.
He might not quite have the pace that he used to, but did just enough. Papa, left-footed ball into the mix. Came flashing across the face, but it's out to the far side. Nice little 1-2, and Nagel is in behind here for a second. He dries it off the chest of Griffith. Falvey got caught there. The referee right on the spot. Falvey, incidentally, was Lamar Nagel's roommate back in 2010, so I think they've both had a good little kick at each other tonight.
They really have. Lamar may be a little displeased with not being able to do better with that ball up the right side, and took out his frustrations on his old roommate.
There you go. I understand they had dinner together Thursday night, but tonight, at least for the next 45 minutes, there'll be no holds barred. Here's Rustic, back to Dietrich. Takes a touch, oh, he rolls it out. They need to be careful here, Charleston. Nagel very quickly closing down, and Charleston in the end concede possession a little bit cheaply. It's Alonso. Drops it in to the feet of Nagel, couldn't get the strike away. And then the big clearance, and Kelly will chase here. Marshall just steps across him. And good work, typical work that from Dane Kelly, who always willing to chase down lost causes. Chopped away there by the Battery. We've played 5 minutes of the second half. It's still 1-1 here at Blackboard Stadium. Alonso, who opened the scoring, followed by Falvey, who leveled it. If you missed the goal, it was a cracker from Alonso, and totally full of class. He didn't celebrate, he just walked away after he hit it, which if you've ever scored a goal, you'll know that's about the hardest thing in the world to do. That's a, oh, that was a little bit of afters there from Martins. He could be in a bit of trouble here. What do you think? He was brought down by Mueller, no question there was a foul, and then he kicked out at the Battery defender after the fact.
Yeah, you don't like to see that from your, you don't like to see either end of that, but definitely you'd want to see Martins handle that a little bit better, handle those frustrations.
I think
because certainly he's going to get fouled a lot in MLS, and
I would say mutual yellows coming here, but I tell you what, if you do that in a real game, you run the risk of getting a red card. And another player that, you know, vastly experienced, you wouldn't expect that. Of course, it is pre-season. Siggy Schmidt is up off the bench looking on here. It's a yellow card for Mueller. Oh, he doesn't even book Martins. He must not have seen it. Martins having a little kick out at Mueller after the fact, but no damage done, and it'll be a free kick for Seattle just inside the half. Marshall comes up to take it. He's not going to trot forward for this one. When he was here with the U20s, his central defensive partner was Ryan Cochran, if you remember that player. Long time ago now. There's a little snap header down. Falvey across. It'll be a goal kick, and the captain of the Battery coming across for a word with the referee.
Would imagine he's asking what sort of discipline was necessary for Martins there.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's being told, just get on with it. First time these teams have met since 2008. Of course, really a completely different organisation, not even the same team in many ways, although the name moved on. Here's Van Schaik, who gets it wide to Prince. Down the line for Kelly. Turns into a bit of trouble, and Annie Barber lets it run. It'll be a goal kick.
Yeah, Zach Scott, the last tie to that 2008 team.
He's still a player, correct?
13th season in Seattle. His 6th in the MLS, and after 7 years at the USL level.
Used to love coming to Seattle back in the old days. Those days gone now, unfortunately. But what a game that was back in 08, Seattle versus Charleston in the Open Cup. Actually, Osvaldo Alonso scored an own goal to give Seattle the lead. Charleston managed to come back to make it 1-1 after extra time. Went to penalties. Alonso scored one of the penalties, and the Battery went through to the championship game, to the final.
And in another tie to the Major League Soccer team, the very next day, news broke that Casey Keller would be the team's one of the signature players on that roster.
It was fun. Those were great days, actually, weren't they? Exciting times in Seattle, and of course the Sounders incredibly successful since they made the jump. There's a long ball forward, comfortable catch for the goalkeeper Dietrich. So many interesting little ties between the clubs. In the championship game, the Open Cup final, the Battery lost 2-1 to DC United, but the very next year, Alonso had his revenge as Seattle went to DC, I think, and won the game there, won the championship.
2-1 as well.
There's a ball over the top for Kelly to chase. He's got some pace, but Annie Barber is back and sees it through to Hanneman.
First of 3 Open Cup titles that in 2009 for Seattle.
Yeah, that was the first time DC, I think, had lost a game in the Open Cup. They'd have they used to get every game at home. In those days, you could bid for games. The Federation knocked that on the head a couple of years ago, which has been an improvement for sure.
Absolutely. Having seen that that tournament from both sides, from the USL side and the MLS side, there's something pretty special when you're a USL team and having an MLS team come into your venue, and the reaction you get from the crowds when they have the chance to see that first division team.
It's an amazing tournament for sure, as Martins brings it down and invites Papa to run on here on the left side. Held up by Mueller. Sets it back to Remick. Now Alonso. Kelly plays it back. Charleston maybe with a chance to counter-attack here. It's Azira. Wilson having a forage forward. Prince to Van Schaik. Wilson, he tried to trick his way past the Seattle defender, but Seattle come up with the ball. It's Cooper. Now Papa. And he kicks the ground in disgust. You know he can do better than that. Now Mueller to Sanyang. Oof, that was a bit of a hospital ball to Van Schaik, who gets away with it, keeps possession alive for the Battery. Here's Hurustik. As we approach the hour mark at Blackboard Stadium, Charleston Battery 1, Seattle Sounders 1. Cooper flicks on. If you're joining us late and missed the first game, DC United defeated Houston 2-0 as Azira hurdles Alonso's challenge, but is tackled on the second attempt. And it breaks now for Nagel, who's caught in possession by former Seattle Sounder Amadou Sanyang. And just fouls at Sanyang in turn. It'll be a free kick for Charleston at the halfway line. Charleston, incidentally, will be beginning now their 22nd season as Griffith takes it to the byline, whips it in. He can't keep it in though before the flag goes up. It just crept across the line. It'll be a throw-in for the Sounders. Azira finds Kelly, lets it across his body. Still battling over there, but Remick's going to get it away. Only as far as Griffith. Prince. Mueller. Nicely done, but in the end, Osvaldo Alonso just too strong and just nudged him away, and Seattle get it back. Game ebbing and flowing at Blackboard Stadium. It's still very much there to be won. This is a competition, don't forget, the tournament, as Mueller's pass is errant. We will crown a champion here next Saturday. That's a good ball from Sanyang out to Wilson, who's got a bit of space in front of him. He plays an early one in, and the keeper is there, Hanneman. Kept his nerve, and a comfortable catch for the veteran goalkeeper. Martins snaps the header down, but Falvey is there. Oh, Mueller's touch was very heavy, and Papa onto it quickly. Falvey comes across. He needs to win it here. The Battery skipper dragged out of position. Papa gets it back to Alonso. Remick back to Osvaldo Alonso. Being harried by Mike Azira, gets it wide. Cooper comes to collect it. Now Andy Rose. Square to Osvaldo Alonso again. And all the way back to Anibaba. Papa in space, allowed to turn. Sanyang closes him down. It's all the way back to Anibaba. And a good period of possession this for Seattle. Can they do anything with it though? Hrustic breaks it up with a challenge, and now Wilson can dribble clear, and he tries to roll it into the path of Azira, and Charleston squander possession. On his right foot there, Papa couldn't pick out the player. Falvey closed down by Cooper. Now here's Mueller. Chips it forward. Marshall acrobatically heads away. It'll be a throw in for the Battery. Marshall looks in good shape, Matt. Always one of those players, you look at him and think he's always looking a little bit heavy, but that's his body shape, and clearly still very athletic.
And he seems a bit rejuvenated too with Seattle. It's not that he was unhappy in Columbus, but when you get that sense of comfort to some degree, it can take away that chance to elevate your game a little bit. And I think the change of scenery has rejuvenated him a little bit, given him a little extra spark. And so far in camp, we've seen that with Seattle, and looks to continue that way.
Charleston making a couple of changes. Justin Portillo on in the middle of the park. That's his first touch. He finds Falvey. Falvey will drop it back to Dietrich. It's Portillo on for Amadou Sanyang. So a good hour's work for Amadou. Hrustic had plenty of time. Oh, he got above Kenny Cooper there somehow, but it's Alonso onto the ball quickly. Oh, lovely touch there from Papa to get away from Taylor Mueller. Now Remick swings his foot through the ball and switches it out to the far side. Here's Andy Rose. Alonso turns away with possession. Finds Rose. And Falvey is there once again. He's had a good game tonight, the Battery skipper, as Griffith plays it forward to Kelly. Kelly trying to leave it for Griffith, but Seattle gather up possession again. Cooper asking for it into the gap. He's made a good run here. Kenny Cooper! Good save from Dietrich to deny the big man.
Good ball from Marco Papa. To this point in the half, Charleston's let him have the ball, but they've cut off all of his options. There you see Kenny Cooper making a run behind the defense, but cut off right at the last second and can't get enough on it to get it past the keeper.
I think he did just about as much as he could do there, Kenny Cooper, as Azira flicks it out to the far side. Here come Charleston with Azira. Swings it back to Mueller. Well, that's not the best ball from Mueller to Mike Azira, and it's given away. And here come Seattle again with Cooper. Little step over from Kenny Cooper, but they keep possession.
You don't see too many 6'4" step overs.
No, you don't. I think that's another strong addition for Seattle. Oh, lovely turn there from Nagel, who gets away from the Battery defender into the near post and across the face, but Charleston get it clear. Portillo up to the halfway line, and this time the referee calls a free kick as Marshall and Dane Kelly collide at the halfway line.
Yeah, speaking of the Cooper addition, you saw him 2 years ago score 18 goals when paired with Thierry Henry. When he has that player that can take some of that offensive pressure away from him, he's succeeded. Seattle hoping Obafemi Martins and Clint Dempsey can provide that for him.
I just think, you know, he also just gives you an outlet because you know he can hold it up if you have to play it long. And I think you just look at it and think it can't hurt to have him this year. Like a handball there by Azira. The referee didn't spot it, and Seattle ping it out to the far side to the former Battery man, Lamar Nagel. Caught in possession by Zach Prince. The referee didn't like the challenge. It'll be a free kick for Seattle Sounders. As Charleston make another change. Dante Marini is going to come in for the former College of Charleston man, Zach Prince. He'll get a round of applause here. Now, Seattle play again Wednesday night, Matt. Do they get a day off tomorrow?
Not tomorrow. They'll some of the reserve guys will play against the College of Charleston over at the school's campus. And then Ziggy told the team yesterday that if he liked what he saw these next 2 days, he'd give them Monday off.
There you go. A chance to check out downtown Charleston. By the way, Condé Nast in 2012, the readers of Condé Nast magazine voted Charleston the #1 tourist destination in the world.
Really?
Which is a remarkable accomplishment, but a chance, I'm sure, for some of these Seattle players to check out the sights of downtown Charleston.
Really is a beautiful city, so much history here as well.
Hopefully Coach Schmidt likes what he sees and they get the day off.
I've liked what I've seen so far, so I'm hoping that he agrees with me.
Rustic to Azira, and a nice 1-2 between those two players. It's driven forward to Kelly. Kelly trying to flick it through, and here comes Charleston, and out comes Hanneman. Oh, and just did enough there, Marcus Hanneman, as Van Schaik couldn't get the shot away. It was almost a tackle there at the edge of the 18-yard box. Great goalkeeping. And the Battery a little unfortunate not to have scored in that situation.
You see the Sounders employees in the booth to our right canceling Monday night plans as we speak.
That's right. As Kelly leaves it for Van Schaik, who gets it round the outside. Here come the Battery again. Just too long that, as the ball flashes across the face. It'll be a throw-in for Seattle. It was a good touch from Dane Kelly to put Van Schaik through, but Hanneman just had enough pace to get there ahead of him.
A lot of energy from Charleston this last few minutes, really getting this crowd back into the game.
Here's Azira, up to the edge of the 18 to Dane Kelly. Turns and hits a shot that will miss the target. Goal kick. Kelly's had a running conversation with the referee tonight. Wednesday night, the tournament will continue. Seattle will play the first game against Houston Dynamo, and that's a 5 o'clock kickoff Eastern time. You can watch it here live at charlestonbattery.com, or I believe also at Seattle Sounders. SoundersFC.com. And the Battery will take on DC in the second game. That's a 7:15 p.m. kickoff. Game's coming to you courtesy of Charleston Battery, as Papa nudged off the ball by Taylor Mueller, and we'll have a goal kick for the Charleston Battery. Tomorrow, apparently the temperature's going to hit 70 degrees, so it's going to be a nice day tomorrow, but Wednesday night it's going to be a little bit colder. And apparently the low is going to be 34, so still very much in the early part of spring here in this part of the world, as Marshall, or rather, yeah, Marshall it was, who Charleston with another chance to work it into the box. It's scuffed away and then volleyed clear by Alonso. Took his leg out and got the better of him, and now Papa. And again, oh, the revenge mat.
Seemed a harsh call, but Seattle will take it, and this is right in, if not at least something that you can set up from that distance.
I think, I think this is just about in range for someone, if they've got a bit of confidence, to strike it. Alonso, this is 20. Dietrich in goal for Charleston, looking on. which isn't the biggest. At the far post, good attempt, and comfortable for the goalkeeper.
At least close to on. Nearly troubled the goalkeeper.
Yellow card for Kelly, there you go. As he tangles with the former battery man, Alonso. And here comes the first change.
Seattle played for 3 seasons at Wake Forest.
Has just lost a little bit of its rhythm, I think.
It really has. And seeing Marco Papa come out here, he came into camp late, so he's a little bit behind the rest of the group in terms of fitness. Strong performance from him. You saw a lot of that energy come up in the second half, and surely they saw what they wanted.
Nice battery man. Here comes a little bit of free kick for Sin. The last time he was playing for Chicago, back to MLS now. And Seattle acquired him through the allocation process, correct?
Right, playing for about a season and a half at here in MLS after.
The product, Austin Savage, a score. This Martins gets it back. All the way back to Remick. Finds Nagel. Down the line for Remick, asking a lot of him, and Falvey comes.
A lot of players come out of Brown. Gonzalez coming back from a groin injury. He's really shown well and kind of for some starting minutes this year.
Here's Alonso being harried, but he just shrugs off the challenge, and here is slipped into the Mueller. Azira again. Just drops it over the top. That's a good ball, and he's in. What would Martins? Now Mueller. Over the top of Barber.
He'll trade it with him later if he likes.
That's right. Well, I'm not sure the battery players are allowed. Sounders won here at Blackboard Stadium. The second Challenge Cup here at Blackboard Stadium. Falvey steps up with possession again. And just caught there by Alonso.
A couple times from Ozzy, and goal scoring chance. That's kind of a risk you take when you commit a foul like that, is you may